Hello, and welcome everybody. And yeah, today we're gonna continue what we were doing yesterday, the command line interface for the server and custom commands that will allow us to run custom commands like simulation and then more stuff in the future. So yesterday I was actually very close to a proper solution. As soon as I ended the stream, I figured out what would be the nice thing to try next. And also I figured out how to properly redirect or like implement default subcommands. So, excuse me. So yeah, what I want to try to do is not trying to pass the commands structure to the app host builder or anything like that. Instead, we're gonna configure the app host builder from within the command itself. So the command will be a wrapper around the app host builder, and the app host builder, we already have some settings that we can pass it, but we need to extend this. So first of all, we need a flag. Command line configuration, which is going to be enabled by default, but only when this is enabled, then we add the command line settings and use the command line mappings. But when we are using it with the system command line, we're going to disable it, and instead we can pre-configure it with some options. So it's going to be like that. We're still going to have the environment variables, but we also can disable now the command line configuration. And I'm thinking about being able to pass base configuration. Let's do this. So public configuration builder. Configuration. Configuration manager. So this way, we will be able to pass this configuration from the settings configuration manager. I guess I would have to use a concrete interface. Yeah, configuration manager. Okay. And I guess we will make the other configuration options optional as well. Let's rename this at command line configuration. Gonna have add environment variables. Right, then we get the environment from there. App ID again, we get that from the configuration. This also needs to be wrapped with the check. Okay. Okay, so now we can move this into the base command, I guess. Base zone server command, base boulder app command. So here, instead of passing the application host builder to it, we're gonna create it inside the execute internal. And then we can actually build it and run it. Perfect. So, yeah, this way we will get rid of this ugly pass-through of the application builder, app host builder. Also, we don't need the args. We can actually pass that, but we will not use that. Instead, yeah, we don't need that at all, so that can be null. But we need the settings. So for the settings, first of all, we need that command line configuration false. And also we need to access the configuration itself to configure our global parameters like app_id, environment, and config_dir. That can have its own, yeah, by the way, we can get rid of that. Those can have their own, what is called, options, command line options. Can I just do it like that? Yeah, I guess. So we're gonna have default, no wait, not default app_id, but app_id configuration key. For now, I'm gonna just set it to default, but we will grab those from the command line options. So we'll also need the environment configuration and default environment configuration directory. Okay. We create the builder, then we pass the builder to configure services and host the services. Actually, we can make it even more strict, and we can only pass the services builder. How is it called properly? iService collection. Okay. So we do that. Builder.services. And just in case, we're gonna add another. Actually, why abstract? I don't need that to be abstract. I can have it just virtual and have it empty by default. And this configure app host builder. I'm gonna have the third one here. Oh, and that one actually needs to be that app host. Let me copy that from the previous version. Like that. And then we build and run async. So required hosted services, this is gonna go. And yeah, let's assign these now properly from the command line. So let me take a look at the simulate command. And let's copy these options. So we need option for app ID. And it's gonna be a string ID or minus or dash I. No, it's app ID, right? App ID or dash I. That's our app ID option. It's gonna be a property, but protected and without the setter. Okay. There is a way to do the default option, right? But I'm not gonna use that because I want to pick this value from the settings that I created on execute. So we're gonna do exactly this. And then if this app ID option, nah, it's the result. So what does it return? Aha, 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 aha. So we can actually do it very nicely, like that. So we grab the result, we grab the value from the option result, or we just use the default app ID. And the same would be for the other three values, three options. So we need environment dash E. And configuration directory, configure. but it was -C. I was never using it, I'm pretty sure. I want -C to be the shortcut for setting the config options. So we're not going to have an alias. Just like that. And we already have everything that we had before. You know what? You know what? We can actually create the app house builder settings before defining all of that, and then we can pull all the default values properly. Why not? Then we can get the default values from there. Something like that. And I want one more thing. Let's take a look at the documentation. I want that configuration override, but I want it to have multiple values. This thing, argument arity. So how does that work? Wait, that's argument. I need to be able to supply multiple options. Allow multiple arguments per token. Yes, I need this. How do I retrieve the values? No, without repeating the option name. Ah, it's not what I need. I need to be able to grab multiple options. Oh, string array. Okay, let's do that. Okay, let's fix our class hierarchy. Okay, so this looks fine. Start command, yeah. That one. Now I fixed this. Hello, Aninia. How are you doing today? Yeah, no problem. Thank you for stopping by. Welcome. So now we don't need this builder at all. Let's move it to the bottom. Okay, let's take a look. You're doing fine. Good. Good to hear that. That's a run directory. Right, we don't have the help from the start command. Hello, Arkadek. How are you doing? Hello, hello. Okay, so now we have the defaults actually being set, being outputted, or whatever, in the console, which is nice. How can I add these default options to everything, including the root command, but our root command is a bit different? Actually, we can build our custom root command just with those options and pass them to the children, I guess. I need to figure out how to do that, but I saw something like this. But let's see if we can actually start. It actually works. Okay, can we start the simulate command? Let's show the help first. Okay, so it has app-id environment configured. That's fine. To me, it's such a disadvantage to not being able to extend the root command of my custom command. Like that would solve all the problems. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe we can just pass through the arguments. So can we run the simulation? It should say that we don't have the scenario. Yes. So test.xml. Good. So it loads the data tables. That's our arguments. Okay, so now can I... Why doesn't it shut down? Oh, failure to connect. Right. I forgot to start Docker again. One sec. So, let's take a look. So, was it global? There was something like options that you can pass to the subcommands. Recursive. How do we retrieve the value from the parent command? File option recursive. Recursive options applied to the command and recursively to subcommands. Since file is on the root command, it will be available automatically to all subcommands of the app. How? I need reference to it. Okay. How am I gonna do that? Like theoretically, I could pass that through the constructors or just pass the root command to the constructor of a subcommand. That could be an option. Or we can just forget about it and add like a description here, not for the simulation, but for our global help. Okay, right now we don't even have a description. We can state that we need to execute start -- help for more options. I don't know. But okay, that's minor thing. The main thing is it's actually working. So if I do .NET run, it should actually execute the start command. Yeah. Nice. And it stops. Okay. Yeah, we need our custom root command. Yeah, it's such a bummer that they have this root command, extend normal command. Or maybe I can do this. Can I have the start command as my root command? I think I can. It's just I'm not gonna have the help and version, right? Yeah. It's unrecognized, but still I can run it. Yeah. So, what if I... Oh, it's a just directive. And directives are custom. Oh my god. And it's probably hard-coded that it looks for the root command class to pull the directive and suggestions. Yeah, that's a problem. It's something that I don't like in this API. It's really weird. So how can we... How can we move these options to the root command, but still have access to that? I guess we can just pass the root command as an argument to the constructor. Then we can retrieve, we make these options public instead of protected, and then we can access those from the root command. Yeah, I guess. So, let's create a new class, app root command. description, right? And we move these options. Oh god, we don't have the default values then. Right now it's very nice that we instantiate the app-host builder settings before defining the commands. Oh, I have an idea. I have a nice idea, I think. So what we can do is, for this root command, we can accept the default command. Yes. And this default command, we can pull the options from the default command and pull the description from the root command. Actually, we can do additional description. So what we can do is, this description equals default command description plus what was new line plus additional description, this options. Can I set? No, I can't. But I can add range. Why can't I add range? It's just a stupid VS Code. No, that's link. Right? I don't remember. Oh, it's on the list level, not an I list. Stupidity. Yeah, there is no such method. I have to actually do for each or something. Okay, whatever. So oh, and we also need to set the action. Actually, let's copy this one. Args. Tokens. Tokens identified. Unmatched tokens. Can I get all tokens? Oh crap. How do I do this? How do I retrieve the arguments? Command line text. Probably I need the command line text, but I need to convert it to an array. Oh wow, I don't even have access to it. It's internal. So what does it do with this argument? Arguments tokenize. Raw input. Null. Split command line. Hmm. I don't think there is a way. Wait. I think there was something. Can we parse? So it accepts read-only list of strings. String command line. Command line parser parse. Well, it's already open. So string args, string command line, split command line. No. Interesting. I mean, I can require arguments in a constructor, but it's gonna be a hack. But I don't see any other solution to this. Or maybe I can try to do, like, I can try to recreate the command line from the tokens and unmatched tokens. How does that work? I don't remember. convert. Or select. Ah, okay. Okay, so we have these tokens. We also concat unmatched tokens to array. And this will be our tokens. But I need to check if that's actually true. Let's see. Where is it? Oh, I didn't use it. Wait. The root command is this one now. And it needs the start command. Add. We get rid of the action. We just execute that. Tokens are empty. Okay. Now, let's try. Okay. So it didn't recognize the weird stuff, right? That's good. We can disable that for now because I just want to validate that it actually works. You love the sound? Yeah, nice sound. So how do I disable it? It's parse config, I think. I don't remember how this works. Maybe it is on the command level. Yeah. No. Oh, actually, it did work. Oh. We don't actually have to append the unrecognized tokens because they're already there. We can just use it like that. I'm currently working on my end, so I'm mostly here in the UK, but I'm here, right? Sure, of course. Enjoy your lurking, enjoy your stay, and yeah, good to have you here. So now if I move this around to like 555, yeah, we have all the command line arguments. That's good. Hmm. Okay, also I think I need to forward the not only the options, but also the arguments. What else could we need? Subcommands? Subcommands. No, we can't. Or can we? Also, I don't like this description. Yeah, description is gonna be its own. Okay. One more thing is this parser configuration and invocation configuration. I would like it to have set somewhere else. We can just store it as static. Yeah, let's do it like that for now. So we will have do we need to change something here? Was expanding. No. But let's just still have it. Where is it? And then we can just use it. We can get rid of that. Oh, we don't even need it to be static. We can have well, I guess for now I can have it like that. And we can change it to properties later if we need to. Like that. So it starts to take some nice shape. Instead of all of this in the program, we have this nice thing. Can I have the first command to be the default command? No. Unless I can have something like pre-parse method that I can hook into. I don't think there is something like that. This is not virtual. Nothing's virtual. Yeah, this is so weird. It's not extensible at all. Well, whatever. That's fine. We just need the start command to be passed into the constructor and the children. Technically makes sense still. So let's see, instead of passing the builder via the constructor, find each compatible command inside. Yeah, we don't need that. We don't need that at all because now our app has builder is not aware of the command line interface, but we can pre-configure it with the values from the command line that we build. So this is true. Base command should create the builder and pass settings to it. The builder should have the command line configuration source to be optional. Yeah, we did that. Also, it needs to contain config override. So we didn't do that. Yeah. I was starting to go and experiment with that, but get distracted. So where do we do that? This is the root command. I need this one. Set config option. Okay, so now we need to basically define the syntax of the command of the config overrides. So -c test1 equals value1. Can we do it like that? Oh, oops. Set config option. There is one problem though. These options are going to be overridden by the actual configuration. Like, yeah, we can set it into the config, but all right. Yeah, that's the problem. So previously, command line was taking priority over everything else. Like if you supply, let's say, the app ID or app environment via the command line, it overrides the environment variable. If you set a custom option via the command line, it overrides again the value from the environment variables, from the config files, from everything. Hmm. I guess we still can do this, but in a different way. We supply a custom in-memory source as overrides, configuration overrides, and we execute that after everything. Yes, let's do that. So for that, I need here in the settings, memory configuration source, config overrides, right? And then what? Ah, well, sure, we can do it like this. But how do we configure sublevels, like the actual hierarchy? Does it support? Oh, it does. Okay, awesome. So we do that. We just use dictionary. Awesome, awesome, awesome. And we do that again after we add everything else again. Because yeah, we have a two-stage configuration still. We probably don't need it now, but it is what it is. I would still like to be able to use this host builder on its own. So now we can pass this command overrides, config overrides. Here. So, wait a sec. How do I do this? Yeah, I'm stupid. Okay, so we supplied one value. Can we supply multiple? Yes, okay, perfect. So now we just need to convert this to dictionary. You can actually probably use the dictionary, but VS Code again is stupid. No. Ah, right, that's, wait, that's option. Get value, yeah. Key selector, element selector. Now this is gonna be janky. I will just select. Select and then to dictionary. So with select, we split. I forgot how we assign tuples. Hmm. Yeah, I think there is no such thing. Oh, actually, I don't need to do anything here. Can just select this and then to dictionary. Just like that. Config overrides. And I need to limit the split, right? Count. The maximum number of elements expected in the array. Splice the string into a maximum number of substrings based on the provided character separator. Optionally omit an empty, yeah. But this will throw an unreadable error. Index was outside of the bounds. Yeah. Well, I can wrap all of this into a throw catch. The try catch, I mean. How do I add error? There was something in the documentation about that. No, result add error. Oh, that's validators. Huh. Yeah, I can add a validator. Let's do that. Default value. No, we cannot. Actually, we can. Tokens. Now I need to check every token. So guess we need a regular expression here. So probably this is going to be a key. And value. We need that. No, probably I don't need to escape it. So if is match no value, we add error. That's how it works, right? Yeah, section colon value. Also, this is not needed at all because we remove empty lines. So let's see, does it throw an error? Build failed. What did I do? Huh. So I need a description also. Example -c key value or -c section key value. Can appear multiple times in the command line. Okay, that's good. Now let's see if it actually works. Wait. First parent. Okay, I was hoping that maybe we can somehow override this, but no. Okay, it formats nicely. I like it. Also, I'll add another alias AD. It looks bad. Okay. Now let's test if it actually overrides. If it actually overrides. What's going on here? I don't need a link. No, I do need link. I guess it's just an incorrect order. What? Can I automatically fix it? Yeah, okay, good. So yeah, now let's test if it actually overrides. How can we do that? We can probably, we're in the zone server, right? What would be the easiest way to check? Connection string. So my -c this is actually a tough one, but let's say we just send some gibberish to that option. Didn't work. Or do I have to get rid of the double quotes. Okay, that works. So it does override. Why didn't the connection string work? By the way, I want to test the double quotes. They should be automatically stripped. Yes, perfect. But now what's wrong with the connection string? Why can't I override that? Oh wait, it's not accessing it yet. I probably need to run the simulate command with this, and we also can test if it works with the subcommands. Simulate command does try to access the database right away. I forget the argument. Yes, okay, perfect. So it does work. Now we can override everything that we want. Will it work with the app ID? Actually, yeah, it should. Yes, it does work, but we can also override the app ID via the dedicated option. It didn't work. Why? -I didn't work. Oh. I could just start the debugger, but whatever. This is quicker. So it's there, but I didn't change the app ID, even though I've set it to the configuration. Huh. And what's the environment? Development. Huh. This didn't work. Well, actually, we don't need to set it there. we just use config overrides for that. There we go. Test 1.1, production. Okay, so that works. And now I probably can get rid of this configuration. Only one reference, yeah. So yeah, I can use this without any problems. We just use config overrides. And let's test if it still works. Huh? Where? Host builder. I think I forgot to save it. Okay, that works perfectly. This is a weird exception. Ah, production. Yeah. Wait, why does it stay in production? Why is it in production mode? What? Default environment production. What? How does it run in development mode then? Like, I mean, it ran in development previously. What? I'm so confused right now. Yeah, like how does it work when I don't supply any environment name? It's supposed to load the default environment, but when I did run it locally, it was in development. I'm so confused. Why is it in the development mode? How is it in the development mode? Why can't I view this thing? Memory configuration source. It's in the environment variables. It's in the environment variables. Hold on, let me check my system environment variables. Maybe I've added that previously and forgot about that. No. Oh. Maybe .NET applies it. Launch profile. I do have a launch profile. Environment development. Huh. So now, even when I don't specify... Okay, I see, I understand now. Let's bring back all this stuff. We still need it. It's just here, I cannot use default values for this stuff. I cannot. Because this is not the actual default value. Default value is the one that's taken from the environment variables. Well, that's a bummer, but yeah, we need it like that. So now I need to only set it when there is a value. Wait, actually this may work. No, I think it will override and clear it. Yeah. So, this is gonna be a little bit more involved. I don't have something like has value or... Only then we set it. Not really nice, but whatever. I mean, I could... Yeah, let's just add a private method. Add optional config override, or add config override if not empty. And I need not settings. I need config overrides, dictionary. What's wrong? Okay. Key value. Then if value not equals null. Another thing is I need to transition to non-nullable project settings. But yeah, I just never have time for that. Something like that. So now we should be in development mode. Environment. Yes, perfect. And then -e production. Perfect. No, separated by comma. Well, now we could actually support multiple occurrences of config.dir entries in the command line. Do we want that? Because previously I had to set it comma separated just because there was no other way. I don't know. For now, let's leave it like that. Okay, I like this. So now, now we don't need hosting in here. Everything should be good. Start command. Yeah, we have now description in the root command. Let's fix that. And I'm curious if I change the default command to simulate. Yeah, the name of the command, the description, I mean, of the command will still be the same. So the start is still marked as default just because it's hard-coded in the description. But now we have scenario. And if we run this command, there's an error. So if I do test.xml, that should run the simulation. Yes. Okay, good. Nice. Okay, that works perfectly. So let's double check the notes. Base command should create the builder and pass set instead. Yes, we're doing that. The builder should have the command line configuration source to be optional. Yes, we did that. Also, it needs to contain config overrides. We did that. So the base command creates the builder with the settings defined by the CLI options. Yes. Child commands can extend the builder setup. Did we do that? Yes. Or no? No, we still need one more method that theoretically could be overridden, which is configure app host builder settings. And we do settings. So here we build it. Then we this configure. Wait, result. What? Ah. Okay. We added that, so now child commands can technically change the settings of the host. I also want another method, again, to be able to override create host builder. And it's gonna be just host application builder. Oof. Again, result, we need that for extensibility and settings. Technically, we can get rid of this method because create host builder will handle that. Yes. But now we have a slight problem, which is this only works with Boulder app host builder. It doesn't work with the web application. Can we make it compatible? And do we need it to be compatible? Okay, back to this thing. So child commands can extend the builder setup, yes. App host builder knows nothing about the CLI, yes. Okay, we can get rid of this now. This is all our program. I just set up the commands and we're done. So all of that is we're already doing this. I'm gonna comment this out. So this is gonna be our program file, just the list of commands. And then each command will be defined in here. So start command defines the services that it needs. But we also have basis zone server command, which defines the list of, which configures the services. Not sure if I like it. We actually can create one big bundle and move all of this into the dependency injection directory, which will be much nicer. Right here. We can just add everything above that. Yeah, we need a lot of includes, using directives. Now I can see everything in one place. Yes, I like this very much. Oops, sorry for the mic bump. And now, technically, we can get rid of the base command and just put this method into both the start and simulate command. Oh, this one is already here. We just add this. Yes, I really like this. Now, where is that base? We just change the parent in here, change the parent in here, and now we can get rid of this command. Okay. Okay, I like it. I really like it, actually. Let's double check. So we have, let's go to the start command. So Boulder core, we have that. Ymirheim core. Just gonna double check that we still have everything. And I didn't lose any dependencies that I need. Okay. And the hosted services are going to be defined per command k. I can actually explicitly mark it as default from the program. Something like that. Or we can do it right here. Okay. Nice. Okay, this comes along nicely. And if I switch the default command to simulate with just only this single change, it should update the mark. Yes. Okay, nice. Nice, nice, nice. All right. Okay, I'm back. What are we currently looking at? I'm almost done with the command line interface rework. So I just need to clean up a little bit and we should be done. So I can get rid of this completely now. And can get rid of all of this stuff. This is now our program file. We just define the commands and we execute it. And we can actually make this in one line basically. Well, I mean, with fluent interface. Which may look nicer. Yeah. Have a true question and don't really know if you want to answer it live. Say the kid shenanigans if you don't. What do you mean? You can ask any question. If I don't want to answer it live, I will just say so. Okay, so now I need to move these two into the boulder core. Do I put it into the application folder? Or do we create a separate one? Let's put it into the application. Here in Brazil, we received the closure of the two largest tourist servers recently. Gravity sued them, and they had to close. Oh. Do you think there is any chance that they could pursue God servers? I don't know. They can try. I don't know, to be honest. I don't know any details of what you're telling me about the closure of the two largest Ragnarok client servers. And yeah, to be honest, I just don't know. I'm not close on the project right now, and I don't have any plans about it. I haven't received anything from Gravity. The only exception is they copyright strike the YouTube videos and the Facebook group. So yeah, Facebook is just a piece of shit platform, pardon my French. They allowed to basically deface a page based on a request from a company that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. There was no copyrighted material on the Facebook page. And yeah, like most of the posts didn't even link to anything. But yeah, the Facebook group is basically completely gone. So bye-bye Facebook, never using that again. And YouTube, yeah, that was just YouTube being YouTube. They allow you to copyright strike anything. And that's a known problem. You have to respond with all your personal details to appeal that copyright strike. I'm not doing that because all those personal details will be given to the party that issued the strike, so to Gravity. No. I don't think they would search 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙀 server anyway. Well, they know about my project, that's for sure. Not sure what they are planning to do with it, but I don't think they can do much. I think I have no interest in looking at 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙀. Let's keep Ymirheim forever. Yeah, let's try to do that. But yeah, it was sad that I lost the videos on YouTube. There was just two videos. One is the trailer, which I still have. I can upload it somewhere else. I just don't want to. because that trailer was outdated anyway. But the saddest part is they also copyright claimed the video where I explained how to use the features for visually impaired and blind people that I implemented into the client. I spent multiple months working on that feature, and I created a video that explains for you how to use it, so you can understand if you're completely blind and starting with this project from scratch, it will allow you to get going. That's just, to me, is a completely atrocious move by Gravity for doing that. For that, to me, Gravity became something like a cockroach. So, like, they lost all respect, even what they had from me. And unfortunately, I don't have the source files for that video anymore. It was a really big video. It was like, I think, almost an hour long or something like that. It was like a playthrough with the screen reader and stuff, with all the explanations. So yeah, that could be extremely valuable to some people, but technically I still have a version of that video. It's just it's in a extremely low quality. I was able to extract, I think, 360p version of the video from YouTube before it got completely lost. Or was it 480p? I don't remember. But yeah, it's a really low quality version. But the most valuable portion of it, the audio, is still there. So technically, if somebody really needs it, if, for example, I see a visually impaired person asking some questions about the system, I will be able to help. But yeah, that was a really dick move from Gravity. But yeah, we keep on tracking, keep on going on, and we'll see what happens. I was in fear that they gonna pursue me legally or something like that after that copyright strike on YouTube and Facebook. But yeah, from what I know, it could be extremely difficult for them to do, if even possible. So we will see. Theoretically, if they really want to kill this project, in theory, maybe they can. I don't know. We will see. I was worried about this before. Now I just keep on going. I don't care. I will keep on going until I can. While I can, I mean. So yeah, well, we'll see. So back to our code. I think we are basically done. We just need to port the existing applications to this new system. This should be it. The warnings are coming only from the simulate servers, that's fine. I know that it's not finished. But yeah, this seems to be working. If I do .NET run, that should start the server. Okay, that seems to be working. And the simulation is working. Okay. There's still one thing. I would still like to use this system for the web applications as well. Oh my god, so many files opened. I need to close all of this. So I want this project to also benefit from that. But yeah, this is gonna be really weird. Web host builder. Yeah, the problem is these are not compatible. They're similar. But web application builder. It's iHost application builder. Maybe. Well, we have the builder settings. But we can still use those for the web host builder. The same settings, right? Yeah, we are using the same config options. So where exactly do we tie specifically to host application builder, right? Build. Why is it gone? Why is the build method gone? Huh. Technically we can. So the build method is hard-coded. Yeah, because for the app host builder, it's iHost. For web application, right, it's stupid. Builder build, that's web application. And it's iHost. Oh. But then, yeah, I still need to use it, right? I think I can make it generic. So, let's see, what am I doing here? Configure services, right? Still configure services. Open API. Authentication, authorization. Still services. Hosted services. Then we build the app. Then we continue configuring the app itself. And then we run it. Create host builder. I can technically do build host which accepts the host builder, or I host builder and the settings, and it returns I host. And what we're doing is we're just returning this, but in this particular case, I can even add a condition here. So if builder is I don't have ASP.NET assembly here. Okay, if this is host application builder, otherwise we just throw new unsupported host builder. Type of builder. What's wrong? Like that. Here we do build host using the builder and settings. Do we actually need the settings? We don't. But for compatibility, let's leave it. For extensibility, I mean. Now, theoretically, I can use this thing even with the web application builder, only if I just override this build host method just to convert to web application builder and execute the build. This is so stupid, but whatever. Like if I would be a developer of this API, I would include the build method in the iHost application builder interface, and it would just return iHost even for the web application. And then if you still want to configure the app like this, then you have two choices. Either you explicitly convert the type to web application or whatever it's returning, web application, or you just build an extension method like build web application, and it will return that specific type. It will just convert it. But it's okay. Now the question is, do I need to port this? Because I can easily convert this program file to an actual command. We have the dependency injection, basically the same as before. And here we have hosted services. We have a separate method for that. Build, really easy to override. And then this would be either inside of the build or it will be inside build host. Do they have seeds for this? No? Because I remember I had this problem where I needed the seeds in the database. That was for the Ymirheim ID. That one was really hacky because I had to actually like parse command line manually and see if the seeds command is executed, then we add the seeds to the database. So maybe that will be useful now. But I don't think I will touch this. So far, this is super close to a normal ASP.NET application config. Gonna leave it like that, at least for now. And if I need the commands, then I will convert it. It should be supported now properly. I'm not stressing, 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙀. I'm fine. Did I remove the config? Yes, okay, good. So I added 2 flags and the config overrides. Okay, good. So now we need to convert every program CS to this thing. We have the zone server on the Ymirheim version, but yeah, I need to do that for everything else. And then the commands, normally it will just have the start command. And technically this simulate service can be moved into like simulation folder. And yeah, I need to rewrite this thing. Okay. Also, I want to fix the warnings real quick. Just by converting this to code block comments. Still have one problem. 336. Yeah, I don't need this anymore. Okay, this looks good. Good evening, Albus. How are you doing? Also, I can move these commands to root folder and simulate to simulation folder. I think that would be better. Let me take a look. Do we have something in here? Just program, Vault and Vault service, party manager. Those technically can be moved. It's just I don't want to have it in a separate folder. The start command. I would like it to be in the root. Yeah, let's do that. Let's move it to the root folder of the project. Simulate command. Also. So I'm tired. You mean, am I tired? A little bit. Also, I'm still not feeling very well. I was sick on Monday and Tuesday, but it's okay. Can work. It's just a little bit harder to talk. So, simulation. Okay. Simulate command, start command, and program yes. And test. Now I can make this test as a proper command and only run it when I need it to. We should recover HP and SP. Thank you. Oops, 1 sec. The power is gone. Weird. Something weird is going on the last few days. It's completely all over the place. But yeah, maybe I can change this test command, because essentially it was just manual tests that I wanted to run in the server environment. So one of the tests was the simulation itself before it became much more elaborate. It's still very stupid. But yeah, maybe I can convert this to something else. I hosted service though. Wait, how does simulate command work? Like, why is it stopping the host? Do I have it here? Yeah, stop application. Aha. Can I somehow have the services running and stuff? Then when the services are started, just execute random code and then stop the application. Wait for shutdown. Start. Huh. I can technically, instead of running this run async, I can execute start or start async, and then wait for shutdown. Yeah, like exactly how they do this. But make it more configurable. So the command has more power, like, So basically, if I implement this, but after start async, I will be able to execute a command code just random code that it wants. The problem is the command's not gonna have dependency injection anyway, so I still need the service. Commands don't have dependency injection. But okay, even without that, technically I can access the services directly, right? Yeah. So if I want to write some small test script, I would be able to do that even without dependency injection, just by requesting the services manually. So let's do this, and let's port our test class to a proper test command. So where was that piece of code? Here. And now here I can include some code that I want. So that would be, for example, actually I'm gonna put this into here. Here I can just return 0. So I need the access to the host, right? Oh my god. Oh, also, this needs to be conditional. Like instead of wait for shutdown, it could execute stop async. Depending on what type of command this is, so we can probably define something like keep host running, true by default. So if we keep host running, oh my god. Something like that. Oh, but yeah, I also need a method unstarted maybe. Should I name it just execute? Something like that. Also, the result. Um, ah, okay. So now this test can be converted to something more nice. But yeah, no dependency injection, unfortunately. But that's okay. So let's try to convert it. Test command. It extends the start command just to get all the services. No, why? It doesn't need to. Can be the same as the simulate command. Keep host running false. We don't need any services, any hosted services. Well, let's do configure hosted services. But include only game data manager. Right? And now we override execute. So for example, we do host dot services, the get required service, game data manager. Then, for example, we do skills equals game data by ID. Oh wait, get skill table. Some arbitrary skill is skills by ID 1, for example. Auto attack. And we also do, no, here we can just use console right line. Or we can actually use log equals host services get required service ilogger test command, and we just do log debug test skill auto attack. That's it. That's our test command. We go to program. Actually, this can be even easier defined. And you only need the start command reference. And the other ones, simulate, it's just gonna go there. Test command, it's gonna go there. Just like that. So now if we do help, we should see our new command. What was here? Simulate command. Yeah, I don't need that anymore. What? I just deleted it. Ah, no, this is a different one. An item with the same key has already been added. Key simulate. Simulate? What? Line 18. Ah. Now I have the test. Let's run it. Houston failed to start. No service game data manager service has been registered. Test command 26. Ah, I forgot to do this. Because I do need to explicitly load everything, yeah. Just I don't need the simulate service, but I need everything else in my container. What? Did I delete something that I'm not supposed to? Test command is there. Does it still start normally? No, it doesn't. I think I understand. 1 sec. No, I don't understand. What did I do? It was working fine, but what's going on here? How did I break it? Start command. I understand now. Test command is in the root namespace of the project. It gets used instead of the test chat command. I'm stupid. Did it do anything? Didn't do anything. What? I'm so confused right now. Yeah, it was not that. What did break all this thing? What? Three references. It's this thing. Why doesn't it work? No, I don't think it's that. What the hell? What am I missing? Start command is broken. So the file gets executed as the service. What's going on? I see. That's why I didn't change anything, because this test command is not the same. So yeah, the problem is exactly what I thought initially, is just my fix was wrong. Because the same test command, well, not the same, but the command with the same name is present in the Boulder code base. Okay, whatever. So yeah, that was that exact problem. The conflict of the same with the same name. Now, does the test work? Ideally, I should rename test chat command to test chat command. Interesting why it appeared before. Probably just race condition in the logger. And this log should be working fine. Yeah. Houston started, test skill. Okay. Yeah, because this test was not going through the logger. It was just direct console output. That's why it appeared before. That's okay. That's good. So now, if we start the server normally, starts everything. Hosting started. Control C. Application shut it down. Hosting stop it. Okay, good. Can I abort it during the startup process? I couldn't do that before. Well, application is shutting down. Yeah, now it's stopping. Okay, good. That's exactly the same behavior as before. One thing that could break technically is the interrupt signals. Second, sig term. I need to test that in the container in Docker. Where is the default settings? Oh, that's in the root command. Application is shutting down. Stopping. Now when I fully start it. I don't know. I will need to test that, but I think it should be working fine. At least I hope it's gonna work fine. Right. So test command is working. So now we just use keep host running false, and we just execute everything that we need. Then this test, do I need anything from here? This is just earlier draft of simulation. Kills, log, stop async. Yeah, it was trying to request the stop. So yeah, now I don't need this at all. It's just it was nice to be able to use dependency injection, but technically it's okay. Just for testing purposes, I can use this to get my services that I need. Like it doesn't matter if I define them in the constructor or here, it's just a test command. It's basically a script. So yeah, we just treat it as a script. We access the host directly, and it's fine. What else do we have? Services, start and stop. Okay. So yeah, we just delete this test. Yes. And we also need to remove it from here. Why start command failing? Oh, because it was registered as a hosted service. Now it doesn't need to. Simulate service. Now it needs to be simulate service. That was a typo. Okay. One sec, I just had an idea that I need to write down. Okay. Yeah, I'm just afraid that this system command line library is gonna conflict with the host builder in terms of signal handling, POSIX signal handling, and Windows console interruption. But we'll see. I need to test it, and hopefully I can disable the command line side of it. Then I can just rely on the host service normally. But okay, this looks good. Test command. Yeah, by the way, let's rename the test command while I still remember. Test chat command. And close this. Now I can get rid of that. Oh my god, what the hell? I also need to rename it in the data files. I don't want to do that. Okay, let's bring it back. Where is it? I fixed that, no? I ran this refactoring. Why did it fail? Silently, exactly. Nice. And yeah, now the test command doesn't need to wait for every service to start up. I can just test whatever I want right away. And I can simulate. And it stops automatically. Nice. This test complete needs to get moved from the simulate. Simulate service. Oh, it's still requesting the application stop, and this test complete needs to go away. And the simulate command needs to set this host, keep host running false. In the test command, I just need test complete. Actually, not doing that. I will keep this test, but I will comment this out. All of this. So simulate now should still exit, but not because it explicitly called the host to stop, but because the command told it. So nice. Cool. Really, really, really cool. I like this. So now simulate service only contains what it needs to. Also, for some reason, I thought that it was a lifetime, hosted lifetime service, but no, it's all good. And technically, I can easily convert this service to just a single command, simulate command. But that's for later. Yeah, I can still use this exact approach for the simulate command. I don't need it to be a service anymore. And if I really want the dependency injection, then we can just create just simulation with its own dependency injection, register it as a service, and then in the command, just request it. This one single simulation service. Okay, I like it so far. My God, second stream, we're just still working with the command line interface, and we're still not done. I still need to update other servers. We just did one zone server, but I really like it so far. So I think this is gonna be it for today. Let's see. Let's rate 𝙺𝙸𝚂. Okay. So yeah, today we did a lot, but not a lot at the same time. We finished, finally, a nice command line interface. I really like it. And it's somewhat compatible with the web host, web application host. That's also good. I still need to test it in Docker and in Kubernetes. I need it to properly exit when requested with graceful shutdown and stuff like that. Hopefully that works. Because if I cannot disable that, then I would have to completely get rid of the system. Well, we'll see. So far, so good. And next time we will continue working on the actual simulation, I hope. So yeah, thank you everyone for watching. I hope to see you next time, and have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Don't tell me you're following me. Following you?